Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Èmi Erelú Àjíún ọlọ́jà ìyẹ. Èmi Erelú Àjíún ọlọ́jà ìyẹ. Ẹ má máa dúró dè mí, ẹ jẹ́ kí n pẹ́ nìkan tó máa bá mi ṣílẹ̀kùn ìjókòó alẹ́ yìí. Ó yá ọmọọba, ẹ tẹ̀síwájú, ẹ bá mi káwọn aráalé pé wọ́n káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yìí.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ mà, ìyá wa Erelú tún àṣẹ Àjíún ti Òde Rẹ́mọ. Good morning all. Warm royal salute to everybody here present, both on the Zoom platform as well as watching us on Facebook or YouTube. This is an awesome platform that is called Agbagba ile Yoruba, which translates for our brothers and sisters who are on the platform with us that don't necessarily speak the Yoruba language. That does not say that they are not Yorubas, and that just means the elders will never diminish in Odua land. Our elders shall never diminish in Odua land. When people have elders, most likely they will not get it wrong. And this is a platform that was put together by our Honorable Erelú Tuashe Àjíún Erelú Lola Ayoride, Conservative UK, and Tuashe Àjíún of Òde Rẹ́mọ in southwestern part of Yoruba nation in Africa. Tonight, or I should say this morning, we are looking at very interesting issues and matters. We're looking at the lives of three leaders that we've had, both in the Yoruba nation and also outside. People who've all received the invitation would have read through what we put there, so you have a good idea of what this particular session is about. It's really a digital review of the 60-year struggle for the freedom of the Yoruba people in and outside Nigeria. As most people know, 1st of October, which is where we're in it at the moment, is when Nigeria received her independence in 1960. So that's 60 years old, the nation is. And we're trying to put the torchlight on three iconic Yoruba individuals who were unique leaders with special spiritual gifts. And therefore, our dear Erelú has invited us all to join in tonight. Erelú is a medium. She's an Ifa and Orisha priestess, and she operates 99% in the spirit. So let's start off as I hand over to our dear mother, the three eminent people that will be looking at their lives tonight. Her Eminence, Reverend Mother Captain Christiana Abiodun Emmanuel, popularly known as Mama Aladura, who has since gone to join the ancestors. Papa Obafemi Awolowo, GCFR, who was the first premier of Western Nigeria, and Dr. Eric E. Williams, the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And with great honor, as always, I will be your compere for this particular session. I'm now going to call on our mother as she sets the scene for tonight, or this morning, I should say, that we have tagged Ohun Olodumare ni Abomi, meaning the voice of Olodumare is my shield. Olodumare, for us Yorubas, is the Almighty Creator, or God Almighty. So without much ado, and with much respect, I'd like to call on our mother, our leader, our traditional custodian, Honorable Erelú Tuashe Àjíún. Ẹ káàbọ̀ mà. You're welcome.
Ẹ ṣeun, kí là ń fọ bá pè ọba ọba aláṣẹ ọba ìlà ń fọ ọba pé ọba ọba aláṣẹ ọba àṣẹ òrìṣà lẹ́nu mi o àṣẹ òrìṣà àṣẹ òrìṣà lẹ́nu mi o àṣẹ òrìṣà èyí mo wí lọ́lọ́dùmarè ó gbà àṣẹ òrìṣà. Thank you very much, my dear sister, the Royal Highness, Princess Moradeun of Remoland, I have to say. I spread it across. Thank you for always being there. It's a real delight to welcome a lot of spirits to this gathering. I have, in the last 1 hour, been chatting to and with them, enabling them to understand that we are here today to ensure they are with us, because it's for their sake that we are here, for there is no death. The spirit lives on. I happen to come from an ancestry background where we see and hear and feel the dead, said to be the dead. And there's nothing for anyone to be concerned about, for it's proved invaluable in many sectors. Let me say hello to my people in Trinidad, the Shango country. Hello, Trinidad and Tobago. I mustn't forget Tobago. It's a real delight to also have within the gathering, the assembly of those of us who are hosting the unseen tonight. It's a great privilege to welcome those who knew them when they were alive. I have a number of spirits here with me, but the first phase, I shall be focusing on just 3 of them. 3 iconic leaders of the world, of the scene. Once upon a time, but they are now still leading, whether anybody wants to believe it or like it or not. They're still very much leading from the world of the unseen. And that's how I happen to have come across very powerfully the 3 of them. Let me first of all say, as a conservative, I never imagined I would have fallen so madly in love with Papa Obafemi Awolowo, because I must imagine me and socialist, no. But there we go. And as far as Eric Williams is concerned, never heard of him in my life. When I first encountered him, he introduced himself as the liberator of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I've just welcomed a lady who I have consciously tried to keep out all day. There's a very important female who was a leader in Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome, ma'am. Do join us. Very warm welcome to you. And the third person, of course, is a dear relative of Her Royal Highness Princess Moradeun. And lo and behold, I knew nothing about this lady, but I encountered her in 2015, and ever since, she's never left. She's had many stories to tell us. She's the one who has actually convinced me with beyond any reasonable doubt of the spirituality, the importance of spirituality, the role spirituality played in the lives of those who were trafficked out of Yoruba land and those who were captured and kept against their will in Yoruba land, now sited within the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So let's go around the audience very quickly just to acquaint myself to who is there. Princess, here we go. Just want those who are with me in the company of the unseen, I just want them to, those who wish to, if a princess comes to you and you don't want to say anything, simply say pass. If you want to, so say, hello, I am from wherever, and this is my name. Let's see those we've got. Princess, over to you. Let's see.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be starting from, and thank you so much again for the wonderful warm welcome you've given all of us, dear Erelu. I'll be starting from left to right. We have a gentleman called Adebowale. Would you like to kindly say hello, tell us who you are and where you are joining us from? Over to you, sir.
Hello.
You got 1 minute?
Studio, we're focusing on Adebowale, please.
Hello, ma. Hello, good morning. No, Aku.
There are people here that don't speak Yoruba, sir.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Honorable Adebowale Sunday. I'm the Ogun State Coordinator, Yoruba Council of Youth Worldwide.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy to join the program.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Now we're going straight to Her Royal Highness, Princess Angelique Adim Mikbosi. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Go ahead. Gets me excited here.
Greetings, everyone. I'm very honored to be here with my God family, and I want to thank you because I'm learning, and that's a beautiful process, the fact that I was invited to learn about my ancestry. So thank you so much for me being here tonight. I want to cry. I'm so honored. Thank you.
Thank you, Princess Angelique. I'm going quickly to our next person. That's Avery B. Ammon. Mr. Avery, over to you, sir. Your name and where you're joining us from.
Well, I am Avery B. Ammon from Trinidad, cultural activist, and I'm happy to be here. Fraternal greetings, congratulations on your independence, and we are
Thank you. Welcome, Avery. Over to the next. Maybe we'll take 3 or 4 more.
You're most welcome, sir. Thank you very much. I think we have King, trying to get the name correctly, King Shep Ray. Over to you, sir.
Greetings from Trinidad and Tobago. I first want to celebrate independence and to thank Baba Avery for introducing me to you. You will hear more of me later. I thank you very much. And not forgetting your dear mistress, Honorable Irulu. I'm delighted that she contacted me, and here I am today. I look forward.
Thank you so much, sir. You're warmly welcome. We also have Are. Oh, our dear Are is with us again today. Are Kunle Oshodi. Over to you, sir.
My name is Are Dr. Kunle Oshodi from Nigeria. Are Agbagba ile Reformed Society. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you. Just one more, Princess, and then the people surrounding here can't wait to make a start. One more person.
We have Nasser Dean. Mr. Nasser Dean, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning. Yeah. My name is Nasruddin Adejumat, the president of the Yoruba in Diaspora, Dubai, UAE. You're welcome, everybody.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. I'm going to hand over back now to Erelu to set the scene.
Lots, you know, I'm here. Omo, hey, dagba, omo, hey, dagba, kekere jojo lo mo bi tèmi, omo, hey, dagba, omo, hey, dagba, no, hey, dagba, kekere jojo lo mo bi tèmi. You know, our ancestors are happily celebrating the fact that we have matured. Can you believe that? We have matured. Those who are around me this morning, there are people who fought hard. They fought hard to be able to do what we are doing today. And they are very clear that we are wiser. I think their concern is how we use our wisdom. Let me not hold those who are in the world of the living any further. I'm going to be asking you, now that I've got you from Trinidad at last. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. I'm going to ask you to move closer to your microphone because you are going to introduce to me Mr. Braithwaite. You're going to introduce him to me. And once he come on to the focus, I require him to do two things for us. One, to tell us for a duration of 10 minutes about the liberator. That is Eric Williams. And after that, we would like him to tell us about a very important spiritual movement unique to your island, and that is the Spiritual Baptist. So over to you to introduce Ray Braithwaite and welcome him.
Good morning again, Ekabo. Mr. Braffett, or King Shepherd, is one of the paramount leaders, we'll call it paramount, leaders in the Spiritual Baptist tradition in Trinidad and Tobago. He's a cultural activist, and he is one of our grassroots historians. He is deeply entrenched in passing on information to the youths and the unknown, people who don't know about some of the cultural and historical facts of not only the religion and spirituality of Trinidad, but plain cultural facts. So Mr. Braffett is from the south of the island, deep south, where the energy sector flourishes. He's a child of the oil fields, and he is well versed in the development of the oil industry, the struggles. We had serious struggles in the oil industries, especially with the multinationals. And I think he's well versed also to speak on Dr. Eric Williams, because a lot of people, even in Trinidad, don't know that Dr. Eric Williams had a strong foundation in the Spiritual Baptist movement. So I'd like Ray to introduce himself and speak further on his development, but I think nationally he is quite qualified to celebrate Eric Williams, because Eric Williams celebrated his tradition. Over to Ray.
Thank you. Over to Mr. Braithwaite.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak both to the seen and the unseen. I pay my respects to Honorable Erulu Tunwase for her invitation here. Some may wonder what's my qualification to speak on this occasion, and I wondered about that myself. And I'll just simply say that there are several things that I've done in very recent times that placed me in a position that I love. One aspect is that I know West Africa very well. I know the history of the transatlantic slave trade very well. Sometime later on, I have a mission that I would like to share with you all about that transatlantic voyage. For years that I've been going to Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., to attend a conference that dealt with STEM, STEM, under the rubric of Building Capacity for Africa, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And I had a great enjoyment in adding my own piece to the STEM discussion. Further, I've been host to a radio program in Trinidad called Building the Bridge Across the African Diaspora. And it involved the music of Africa My favorite female voice was Miriam Makeba. With her passing to the other world, my favorite voice is from Benin, Angelique Kidjo. And my top male voice passed recently from Zimbabwe, which is Oliver Ntukusi. So every Sunday, I had this radio program dealing with music and news of Africa. And finally, I have traveled throughout the Americas to have a closer look at the disposition of African people, more so in that Spanish world where most of the Spanish descendants believe that they are whites. And therefore, the positioning of the African people throughout the Latin American continent posed a difficulty for me. So I've been to places like Bolivia, to Guerrero State in Mexico, to Guayaquil in Ecuador, to Cali in Colombia, and a lot of the other places in Baja, in Honduras, just to witness the living standards and to examine if the close familiarity between what goes on in Bahia, in Brazil, and what goes on in those other territories, including Cuba and Haiti. So that's part of who I am. Other things as well. So this particular session tonight is a delight for me to share with you the little that I know about such matters, and with the hope that it will bring some additional information to each and every one of you. I pay respects to Nigeria, although I share the view of Honorable Erelu that Nigeria really does not exist in the spirit world, because Yoruba people can be found throughout West Africa and Central Africa. So when it comes to Yoruba people, pinning it down to Nigeria may not necessarily do justice to the people called Yorubas. So given that background, I am delighted to start my own piece about the Right Honorable Dr. Eric Eustace Williams. A man that I have, even in his passing and after his passing, grew more respectful of his contribution as a citizen of the world. I'm delighted that you call this the global network, because Dr. Eric Williams was really a citizen of the world. His temperament and his brilliance in terms of his seminal works match some of the news that we get about the brilliance of Yoruba people across this African diaspora, home and abroad. He was born he came to this part of the hemisphere on 1911, September 25th, and he left us physically on 1981, March 29th. A very illustrious career. He studied locally, and he was so brilliant that he got a national scholarship that allowed him to study at the Oxford University and to gain his first degree with honors, first-class honors, his PhD in history. Out of that background, as a historian, Eric Williams wrote many books parallel to the time that he was in active duty. His books, his seminal work that stand out to me is one, From Capitalism and Slavery, two, Capitalism and Slavery, two, From Columbus to Castro, and three, the history of Trinidad and Tobago. There are other works here that he has done as well, including the Negro, the education in the West Indies, British historians, etc. But those three stand out for me. And then he compounded it by writing one called Inward Hunger, the Making of a Prime Minister, which really gives all the background about all the steps that he made to become who he was. Now, I had the honor of, at age 4, to address him in 1956 when he was in my village in the south, entered my father's property. My father was part of his initial movement. Not understanding what politics meant, because at that time he was speaking for the very first time in the villages about the People's National Movement and his efforts to liberate us from the colonial masters. Just like Nigeria gained its independence from the United Kingdom, Great Britain, so too Trinidad and Tobago gained its independence on August 31st, 1962 from Great Britain. And when he was coming up our steps, I said to him, vote Butler. Now, Butler is another iconic figure that one day you may want to hear about, and is one of those persons that I've respected throughout my life because of the works that he did through the Oilfield Workers Trade Union for the upliftment of the life of the oil workers against the colonial parents of those oil companies. So Uriah Buzz Butler, Leader Buzzer, we called him in the village, was the popular, titular politician in the village. So when Eric Williams was walking up my family's steps, I just thought it was part of the process. And interestingly, when I met him many years after, at a matter we were discussing, making Point Fortin into a borough, into a city, I was asked to be the young leader to carry that effort forward. And when I went to see him privately, he turned to his colleagues, Errol Mahabir and Kamal Mohammed, and gave them the story about this little boy who told him to vote Butler. And then he turned to me and said, of those all, is it you? Well, I laughed and I said to him, so I've been told. Now, what in that personal interaction...
I regret to say your 10 minutes on Eric Williams has got only 4 minutes left.
Okay, so let me accelerate. Now, there's one aspect of Eric Williams that that while he was in college, he was an ardent footballer. As a result of an injury of the football, you will see all these pictures with a hearing aid in his ear, because that came as a result of football. But he also used that hearing aid as a powerful weapon to say, if I do not want to hear you, I can switch it off. Eric Williams was the pioneer for getting CARICOM, the Caribbean community, going. But if you back up a little bit, in the early, he was also pushing for the federation of the Caribbean states, from Jamaica to Guyana, the federation. However, there were elections for establishing where the capital of the federation will be. And the elections gave Trinidad and Tobago the seat of the headquarters of that federation, the West Indies Federation, British West Indies Federation. Jamaica was not happy, and therefore Jamaica decided to pull out under Alexander Bustamante. Eric Williams created a new piece of mathematics when he said 1 from 10 equals 0. Now, scholastically, I, in reflection, believe that we should have continued the journey with the rest of the 9. But at that time, Jamaica was very powerful in the region. They had their bauxite, and their cash flow was far superior to the rest of the region. He did that. The other aspect of his works is that he was the second chief minister of Trinidad and Tobago. In 1950, when Butler should have been the chief minister, the then governor, the British governor, gave it to a Portuguese man called Albert Gomes. So when Eric Williams won the elections in 1952, he became the second chief minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And then in 1989, he became the first premier of Trinidad and Tobago. And at the Song of the Independence, when we brought down the Union Jack and put up our red, black, and white, he became the prime minister of Trinidad and Tobago, a position he held to his passing on March 28, 1981. So, as I've said, I like him from his seminal works with his books that he has written. I take pride in that work. I do exhibitions on all his works with all his books and those things because I believe that as a son of the soil, he has demonstrated tremendous mental and scholastic capability. Now, Brother Baba Avery said that he was a spiritual Baptist. And yes, the British, the colonizers tried to project him as an atheist. But there were two sides of him spiritually. He was a Rosicrucianist and he was a spiritualist. And therefore, he had an understanding of what the people needed and how they spoke. Eric Williams, because he was a spiritual Baptist, because Mother Earth is critical to the spiritual Baptist, through his mourning and fasting, came up with the symbols of his party, which is the Balize, the Heliconia, which no matter what you do, you could light it a fire and burn down the acreage, you could cut it down, it will spring back up. And throughout the history of the People's National Movement in Trinidad and Tobago, every time there's a dip for that party, it springs back up, fresh and green. And therefore, I'll be delighted if there are any questions anybody will wish to ask that I may say. But I will add, but close by saying, as part of his grounding, he knew that Africa was important to him, notwithstanding his writing and his research. And therefore, in early 1964, Eric Williams took a delegation from Trinidad and Tobago visiting West Africa and Northeast Africa. So he went to Ethiopia and Egypt. He came to Nigeria. He went to Sierra Leone. He went to Benin and other countries in West Africa. So he came to that. He came to the place of the root, the continent where it all began, both spiritually and physically, physiologically. I can rest at that point. Should you have any questions?
Thank you very much indeed. You've still got about 5 minutes, so I'm going to turn to hold on. No, I'm going to turn to Avery now. Avery, I'm going to bring you in. We've heard quite a lot about the liberator, as he normally introduced himself to me. And I did say to you that he normally show me a red flower. But let me not ask you any question. I want to turn to Avery. Avery, I'm going to give you just 20 seconds to get ready. I just want you to focus on what exactly is spiritual baptism. What is it all about? Because those of us who are not from Trinidad, especially those of us, the Yorubas outside of Trinidad, whatever spiritual Baptist means, we don't have a clue. So what exactly is it to you, spiritual Baptist?
I'm glad you said what it is to me because we just had somebody who's an expert on the history of the spiritual Baptist. But I'm going to speak from the perspective of growing up around the spiritual Baptist. They are similar to the Aladura in Nigeria. They founded their traditional worship, which is Yoruba, right? But there are aspects of Congo belief and all the other people who came to Trinidad from Africa, whether it be Central or West Africa. But the Yoruba religion has a strong foundation in it. And Christianity, which there are different types of spiritual Baptists that Ray, being a shepherd, will be able to expound on. But for 20 seconds, And because of slavery and the intermingling and the commingling and all the laws they passed against traditional worship, it was a lot of things was hidden in Christianity. For example, I actually inherited a spiritual Baptist church from my aunt, right? Because she looked around and see that although I was practicing my mother's paternal side, which is Orisha, and they are the Tolas, she said I was the only one interested in Africa. So that should tell you how, although it's Christian dominating, she thought that I was the one in the family to carry it forward. So one of the things in spiritual Baptist that I found interesting is divination. And Ray, I'd like you to help me, tweak me but the spiritual Baptist I know would use the Bible to divine. Yes? And that is a Yoruba concept, divination, although it's coming out of Ifa and we use Ikens or we use Obi. It is there. So the spiritual Baptists have a lot of traditional rites. Dr. Eric Williams went mourned right in Barataria by Mother Millie. We discovered this, who has a strong affinity to what we call Shango Baptists, right? Because everything in Trinidad about Yoruba tradition, somehow they call us Shango people. It doesn't matter if you're Oshun devotee or whatever. It doesn't matter if you're Moja or whatever. They say Shango people, them Shango people, right? So there's an acronym that the spiritual Baptists don't like when the public describe them as Shango Baptists. Those are the ones who are heavily involved in Ifa, Orisha, as we identified now. But a lot of the rituals, when the drum was banned, they would do something called doption, which we call mouth drum, right? So we didn't have batter. They banned the omele and the different drums that the Orisha people use. It was against the law to play it. These Baptists would actually thump their feet and call their ancestors, right? and use their mouth to go, right? Ray will help me, but I am a child of the spiritual.
Every Ray is not going to help
so
you. Ray is not going to help you. No,
I respect him
you
as
say your
bit,
bit.
but I'm speaking from my own personal experience. Right? So I grew up between the two worlds, right? I grew up because of my mother, and I was born in Laventille. I grew up on the hill. My initial years were spent on the hill, and half of my family is Orisha, the Tolas, and I had more interaction with the Tolas. When I go to the spiritual Baptist feast or whatever they have in mourners on the ground, and my mother will take active part because she mourned.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
20 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you very much, the brothers from Trinidad. That set the scene nicely for us. Let me repeat that tonight is about those who are in the spirit world. Eric Williams is one of them. And I've just picked up a lady who was the leader of the Orisha. This lady would have been given a title when Oni came to Trinidad. Now, this lady, very royal looking, she's suddenly, and I can feel very powerful, as if she's inside the river coming out. So she would have been very close to the river as well. So this is a lady who would have been quite high profile when Oni possessed the Oni Shijuade here as well. So I'm going to come back to you, the lady I've just picked up, to talk about her. Shango Baptist, when you say Shango, as a biological descendant of Shango, Shango of Oyo, his name is Telauko. He had a gift of hearing and seeing, and he had a very, what I call explosive temper that we have inherited, those of us who are biologically connected. Now, Eridilogun carries is of significant importance in terms of divination. So when I used to pick up Eric Williams had grave concerns about this deterioration of the quality of life of the people who are known as the Yorubas. Right. I'm going to stop there. I want to go straight on to looking at. I'm going to ask two people to get ready. There are two people in the audience that are going to tell us about Papa Chief Obafemi Awolowo, another liberator, Papa Chief Obafemi Awolowo. I'm going to be hoping, let's see, Elder Abayomi Christolu, get ready to tell us about our dear father, Obafemi Awolowo. I've got Barrister Taiwo Dumosu in the audience. I would have actually, as usual, drafted in the biological daughter or one of the biological children of Papa Awolowo, but this time around, he said no. He said, we should know enough about him. Well, I wish I do. The only thing I remember was that on the 1st of October 1960, I was on the front page of a newspaper called the Daily Times. Without further ado, let me go to Barrister Taiwo Dumos to tell us about Papa Chief Obafemi Oyeni Awolowo. Who was he? And Elder Abayomi Christolu, please get ready too. Have I got Barrister Taiwo Dumosu in the audience? What do you know about Papa Awolowo?
I have found Barrister Taiwo and I've unmuted him. So the floor is yours.
You got 5 minutes, please.
Hello? Maybe he's away from his apparatus.
Let's get you will see Christolu is the surname of the person I'm looking for, and I'm also looking for Councillor Sonny Lambe as well. If you can try and identify him, I need those three people to tell us about Obafemi Awolowo.
Mr. Christolu has been unmuted, and the floor is his.
He's here. He's with us. He doesn't need to put on his video if he doesn't want to.
Yes. Good evening, everybody.
Hold on a second. Hold on. This is incredible. The daughter of Chief Awolowo has just walked in.
Great. You called her in.
No.
You summoned her.
No.
You spiritually summoned her.
Awolowo, you are welcome.
Go ahead. Elder Christolu, go on. What do you know about Awolowo? Go ahead.
Okay, but I was gonna think you were gonna pass the tax over to Madam since she's
No. Get on. He's our father too. He's our father. Go ahead. What do you know
in a
about
few
our
words,
father?
Chief Awolowo is easily the most preeminent politician who ever came out of Yoruba land in recent history. I don't have the dates to hand because I didn't realize I was going to speak. But I met him a couple of times, and we've all had stories about him. He came from what would appear like a relatively humble background. It wasn't necessarily very moneyed, but he was well organized, and he had a vision to get good education and to lead the Yoruba people, all of Nigeria, but particularly the Yoruba segment of the nation, to progress politically and develop infrastructure and education. He saved up money. Some of the stories we had included that he tried at some point to get a loan to educate himself, and he was unusually very honest and upfront about what he needed the money for. And he had asked for that loan from a particular Yoruba person who had a lot of money. And he told him, if I do succeed in my educational pursuit, I intend to pay you back. But the question was, suppose you don't succeed, how are you going to pay me back? And he basically said, well, it would mean we have lost it more or less. So he was a honest person. He remained honest. He remained the very high bar of moral rectitude, of political insight, of organization. He was the first premier of Western Nigeria. And I've been all over Nigeria. I was born in the West. I'm a Yoruba person, but I served in the East in the late 80s, and I've been to the North. I realized that the landmark developments that occurred in Western Nigeria under his leadership were not repeated in other parts of Nigeria. When I served in the 80s in Imo State in the East, there were so many places that still didn't have electricity, that didn't have basic infrastructure that we took for granted in the West. So Awolowo worked hard. He developed not just the infrastructure, he also developed the people. He brought free education. He was a pioneer on a lot of fronts. He became that first mover who other parts of the country copied. He brought the first TV station to the Western region. He brought free education. He brought roads. He brought research farms and all sorts of things like that. And for that reason, he still remains the ideal that most politicians aspire to. Whether they honestly want to be like him or they just want to tout his name to get political office, everybody of Yoruba stock, a politician in Nigeria, would often try to associate with him because his name and his legacy is vibrant and it continues to inspire generations now.
Thank you.
Later. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now I'm going to bring in two more people. The first one is, of course, Councillor Sonny Lambe, and the next person is a female who happens to be from Remo Land. She's an Iyaloja. You'll see her name as Bamidele Nelly. So please try and identify her. Over to Councillor Sonny Lambe.
Councillor Sonny.
Sorry, great.
You, sir.
Tell us about Awolowo. What do you know about Awolowo? You've got 5 minutes, please.
Greetings to Perelu and all the others in the house. You put me on the spot. Anyway, Baba is a great influence on every aspect of my life and as well as my politics. Believing first, I would say the eldest daughter of Baba, Chief Komotolo, is a godmother to me, and I benefited from the legacies of Baba. I actually worked at Baba's we call it African Press Limited before I came to England. Why Baba is unique among all the leaders, whether Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa we've ever had in Nigeria. I think the previous speaker, what he said actually is evident in terms of education, in terms of major development, when you look at Cocoa House in Ibadan, Liberty Stadium. So therefore, if there's anybody that we need to, especially with the younger one, need to emulate, I think Baba is definitely one of the few, if not the only I can think of. So therefore, it's a great privilege to actually see Dr. Pesumu, Awolowo, and so many others from the family who are actually emulating and all the achievements of Baba, and so many people. So I think we have a land from the legacy of Baba, and also thank you for actually organizing this event tonight. Unfortunately, I didn't know I was going to speak. It's a family I'm part of, so therefore I don't even need to write an essay on that or go and read a text. Because I can say something positive. So it's a great privilege, and thank you for all the good work you are doing. God bless.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lambert. Wonderful to have you join us. He's one of Yoruba politicians, still waxing strong, representing the red color area. I shan't mention the name of the place. I'd rather you were in blue, but there we go. Well, but one thing about Council Lambert is that I see a lot about Papa Awolowo in him. A lot of attributes one would find in Papa Awolowo. And we've never spoken about Papa Awolowo before. And as far as these sort of English people are concerned, who likes to be told hundreds of years in advance before they can utter a word about something they should know, red card for you. There. Let me move on. Now, Yaloja, over to you. Tell us, what do you know about Papa Awolowo?
Regards to everybody in the house. I'm Yola Sumbovamidele Nelly, the Yaloja of International Market. Mama, I appreciate you so much for the opportunity given unto me to be part of this program. I knew Baba when I was very, very young. The first time I met Baba was at Iperu Remo, when Baba Sumu was opening his factory, or when they were opening the house, the shoe factory. I was very, very young. Then that very night, we were to do some things in the house. I met Baba. Baba loved children because I met him when I was very, very young, and in the family house, he loved children. You see, when you meet some elderly people and they see young children, they want to send them away. But that particular day, Baba embraced us, he greeted us, and I knew that as a state elderly person, for a young girl like me there, to move closer to him, I know that Baba is very, very good. Until today, people are trying to work on the templates that Baba have left with us, but they couldn't get it because they did not have the heart that Baba has. They are working on the image, not on what Baba believes in. That is why we have a lot of politicians carrying Baba template, but they cannot do. Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Please continue.
But they cannot do exactly what Baba has prepared for us to do. Well, Baba, in one of my studies, I learned Baba said, when other people are moving around, doing what the worldly people are doing, he will sit in his study and look for solution to the problem of Nigerians. He didn't go after his own personal problem as we see today. That a lot of our politicians are self-made. They don't act on what people really want. That is why his name, up till today, is still like very, very recent, as if he is living with us. All I just want us to know is that we should try as much as possible to get things right, to know exactly what we want for people, and that people will benefit, and that will give us a glorious tomorrow. Thank you, ma.
Thank you very much. Very, very much indeed. You see, that's the way it should be. When I sent out invitations and I had 3 iconic leaders, I expected people will at least try and find out about them if they didn't know anything. I wasn't going to give anybody long notice. Now, let me see. When I was young, I used to hear they'll say, today I'm still trying to find out what Ogbo he went to learn. I'm sure Princess is going to tell us, because Princess happened to also be from Remo land. And Princess will tell us where Papa comes from, some of the attributes that one has identified to be unique to Papa. Would that be the same for people of that particular lineage. So let me say, apart from that, I remember when I was young, they'll say, Awolowo was flying in the sky, in the sky. Everybody was seeing him in the sky. And that he was kind of like an angel flying in those days. So I want to look at two areas there. The attributes of Papa Awolowo, unique to people of a particular area. Attributes one should expect, Yoruba people who are descendants of Oduduwa. And what about this allegation that he was flying, in the sky? Over to you, Princess. Who better than to tell us?
Thank you very much, dear Irelu, and warm greetings once again to everybody on this wonderful platform. Special royal salute to my big sister, Her Excellency Dr. Olatokunbo Awolowo Dosunmu. Papa Awolowo, what can we say? Papa Awolowo is from Ikenne. Ikenne is one of the 33 main towns under Remo Kingdom. And for people who are not from Nigeria, Remo Kingdom happens to be in the southwestern part, the Yoruba part of Nigeria. As an Adedoyin, of course, my family was also involved in politics. So I heard a lot about Chief Obafemi Awolowo when I was young. I saw him sometimes when my father took me out to some of their meetings. And what strikes one is this is a man that you'll be mesmerized, just to be in his presence. Talking about attributes, one thing I noticed even as a young girl was that he was an amazing listener. He would listen to everybody that came, no matter how many of them. He would listen to them one by one before saying anything. I noticed that about him. Another thing is he was a very firm person. His yes was his yes, his no was his no. And obviously that stems from the fact that he was principled, which sadly is lacking in the politicians that we have today in that geographical area called Nigeria. Just like the Iyaloja said, he was also fond of the younger generation. He loved children, he loved youths, and he would spend time to talk with you, even if it's just to exchange greetings and ask after you or how you're doing. And if you happen to know your parents, he would ask after them as well. And for any leader anywhere in the world, one of the attributes is to be able to hold the hand of the coming generation, because you'll be passing the baton to that coming generation. And if a younger person sees that or meets with that kind of person, they'll be encouraged to probably even speak and have a good conversation and maybe share their own fears as well. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was an iconic person. I mean, this is 2020. This is a man that was there when Nigeria had her independence in 1960. He was premier of the Western region. 60 years on, we're still talking about him. His name is still hot topic, if I can use one of my journalistic lingos. His name is hot topic, meaning there is something peculiar and unique about this person. Now, I really was asking whether this was peculiar with people from our region, which is the Remo Kingdom. With all humility, may I say yes. Majority of people from Remo Kingdom have leadership qualities, and they usually live exemplary lives and very much interested in progress. I mean, my grandfather also became a king at age 29, and he's still spoken about. He's not the only king that's ever happened to be on the throne in Remo Kingdom, but he just stands out. And Chief Awolowo was very much like a son to my grandfather. So there's also a link there. He was always in the palace, and I'm sure they had a lot of things to discuss and exchange when it came to ideas about growth and development and encouraging their people. One thing also about the Remo people is we might have our little, what I would call maybe disagreements here and there, like human beings do anywhere in the world, but they're very together. They're a very united bunch of people. They love each other. And I believe we saw that, and we still see that as well in the kind of things that Chief Awolowo did and how he conducted himself and his affairs when he was, around as leader of the political parties that he led, leader of his people, and in government. And I believe what he left is what I call a lasting legacy that all of us should be able to embrace. And because, as we all know, he only just transitioned from this realm to the next. He's still very much alive. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Rema Sunwa today ni nara.
Ashe Oyemi. Ashe.
Thank you very much indeed. If you've just joined us, welcome to Agbagba ile Yoruba. This platform was given to me through my spiritual gift of being able to hear, feel, and see. And it was when I was asked by someone to look at what does the future holds for Yoruba people in Nigeria. And I was quite surprised when I was told that Yoruba people should go and learn to be patient, that they should want nisuru, no patient. Usually when I have this privileged opportunity of engaging the world of the unseen, I have learned to negotiate. So I said, look, the answer is not go and nisuru because your children can't nisuru. So then I was told, look, Agbagba ile Yoruba. And I said, what does that mean? And I was told the following. First, misunderstandings should be dealt with by the elders. And I have to add that they didn't tell me that the word being an elder meant somebody who is old. No. In my spiritual encounter, I was emphatically told about the importance of three things. Imo, ogbon, oye, knowledge. Before you get involved in any situation, what do you know about the situation? Secondly, ogbon means understanding. What understanding do you have? What understanding do you have of the subject you want to talk about? And finally, oye, which is wisdom. If you have number one and number two, that is knowledge, and you understand it, you will be considered to be wise. And then I was told, without that, anyone who gets involved in a matter, without the three, one will get into conflict that one may not be able to resolve. So the ancestors told me that Yorubas need to manage better our present. We need to minimize misunderstanding. And I have to say, Papa Awolowo was the most misunderstood man in the world. I'll be right to say that. He was misunderstood. Many may disagree with me because I don't believe many people understood him. Many people believe they did, but I don't believe many, apart from his dear wife. His dear wife. And again, that's again another area the spirit world are telling me about. High level of concern for the quality of women in the lives of our men who must be enabled to lead. Tonight is about listening. It's about engaging. It's about being aware that life does not end here. That there are many people like myself, unbelievably, who don't even think they have the capacity that I have had to develop, forced to develop, to be able to listen to the unseen, to be able to feel the unseen, to be able to capture important moments, and to be able to sit back and avail themselves to the spirit helpers. Spirit helpers, I really mean that. So tonight we are joined by Eric Williams, who is a spirit helper for Yorubas. I knew nothing about Eric Williams, but I can say there are people in Trinidad who today can stand up and tell testimonies about this special gift that I have. Many wonder, once upon successful politician, now Olorisha, I'm talking about the world of the unseen. My colleagues in the party, they were aware of my gifts. So let me go back to the liberators. We got Lord, I used the word Lord. When do we use Lord? Lord Eric Williams. Lordship. We're going to come back to that. Lord Eric Williams. That's powerful stuff. So he was somebody who cared about his own people. He was a leader who led his people to freedom from our dear friends, those who many of us see as enemies, but some of our ancestors didn't see them as enemies. They saw them as friends. They saw them as helpers. And that's another lesson for us all, being communicated from the spirit world. How far too often we believe we have friends. We believe we believe we are in a relationship, meaningful relationship, when at the end of the day, the relationship often end up acrimoniously. When you join an organization, you go there believing we have to fight for the Yoruba. We have to fight for the Yorubas. And the first meeting, we are all gathered together and we all say we want to fight for the Yorubas and we want to free the Yorubas. And give them another 3 meetings and we're getting this knocking of heads together, and more time is being spent on phone, and BT, British Telecom, is making a lot of money. Many hours spent trying to talk about what Princess said in the meeting, and Princess should have said it better. Who does Princess think she is, and all of that business. And we waste so much time. I wondered whether during the times of Lord Eric Williams and, Lord Obafemi Awolowo, during their times, were they involved in conflicts? How did they manage the conflict? Did they leave lots of enemies, casualties behind? Because quite often when Yorubas fight, by words alone, too many casualties. Yorubas can destroy you with their mouth. Within 5 seconds, 5 seconds, they destroy you with their mouths. And a lot of what they do, I will say, one would say, often not quite true, but based on what they've got in their brains, is supposed to be the truth. Here comes the spirit of truth. We can't have the spirit of truth when people's behavior are below what can be considered to be good. So let me recap. We all hear the voice of the unseen. It lives in you, your conscience. It lives in you. It does live in you. So here's another word, conscience. To be a successful leader Does one have to have conscience? I wonder if I can go very quickly back to the platform on which Lord Eric Williams is being represented. Over to you, Mr. Braithwaite. What would you say to that? Was Eric Williams somebody with a conscience?
Eric Williams was a man with a conscience. And it demonstrated that by the education platform that he built for Trinidad and Tobago. We came from a history where only the few selected got education. And under Eric Williams' tenure, having moved us from colonization to independence to Republican status in 1976, we built around us an education system that is issues with the current system, but he built a system of a lot of primary schools, secondary schools, the University of the West Indies. They all allowed our people to become their very best. Now, in the current system, a lot of people take the education that we got freely for granted. And therefore, we are not as productive as we ought to, because there are some of the things that we enjoy that we have not been able to fight for because it was given to us. So he took his conscience to a different end of spoiling us to the extent that we now have to have a rebirth of our true self to take it to another level.
Okay, thank you. I know for a fact that in Trinidad, you've had the pull and push struggle over Christianity and the Ifa Orisha tradition, which in Trinidad you call it Sheshe. I'm wondering whether we in Yoruba land, we've had similar challenges. For a leader, when one is a leader, one is presented with variety of needs. From my first-hand experience, the physical needs have got to be met. The psychological needs have got to be dealt with. The emotional issues have got to be dealt with. The spiritual issues have got to be dealt with. A leader must have a holistic approach to the performance of his or her role. I wondered how Lord Eric Williams managed the issue of differences between the Christians of your island and, of course, the Isheshe people. I know for a fact that the immediate past Oni Olubushe was invited to come and help your country to resolve the problems in 1989. So how did Lord Eric manage this, the pull and push about Christianity versus tradition?
Well, let me start by saying that in the under colonization, there was no difference between state and church.
Okay.
And because of Eric Williams's boldness and brilliance, the established religions, especially the Roman Catholic Church, declared him persona non grata.
Wow.
Right? And therefore, because of his influence on the people, historically, in the village, the Catholic priest was the titular leader. So that anytime you have a leader of a different denomination coming about, that often created a problem. So Eric Williams had to struggle between the powers of the established churches and establishing a governance system that will be the best for the people. So that, for instance, under the education system, whereas that there were schools who were part of the religious sect, they had to come up with a concordia to allow them to manage their schools in the context of what the governance system said. Now, Eric Eustace Williams, Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, supported very quietly the spiritual Baptists because he was one. The spiritual Baptist, just by definition, is we declare it as an Afrocentric Christian religion. Christian faith, actually, not religion, because our position is that all the established religions, you can put a man's name to it. But the Orishas and the spiritual Baptists, there's no man's name you can put it to say that one started the religion, because all those established religions of the world came as a result of breaking away. The Anglicans fell out with the Catholics and all those kinds of things. So Eric Williams took that position of supporting the Christian faith through the other religions and ignoring the efforts of the others to destroy his integrity and character and all those things.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I know since the immediate past Ooni of Ife visited, you've moved on. 1989, 31 years now, that you have now been able to, in fact, reflect the recognition of Yoruba spiritual tradition in your Act of Parliament. So I don't want to go there at the moment. I want to proceed by asking a question about Pa of Babafemi Awolowo. Was he involved in Yoruba traditions whatsoever? Was he a Christian who had no regard for other faiths? How did he manage himself within the complexities of many faiths, multi-faiths we are, in Yoruba land itself? So let me see if I've got a Muslim around amongst us. Ebamiwo, let's have a look. Wow. Right, I have seen. Let me go back to Ikene. Sorry, let me go back to Remo again. I'll go back to Yaloja, because Yaloja, closer to the area where Papa Obafemi Awolowo was born and to where he belonged in terms of the sector of origin. So Yaloja, was Papa Awolowo a staunch Christian and had no regard for other faiths?
You need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Hello, am I on now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. I know Baba to be an Anglican to the core, because we belong to the same faith, an Anglican, and I know Mama too to be an Anglican to the core. I don't know much about their other participation, but I know that whatever they are doing in Remo, traditionally, Baba do held some of, traditional title, which means that Baba give regards to the traditional belief. Because before you can become the Odole of Ife, you must have regard for tradition. So I know quite well that Baba is well involved in the cultural aspect of Yoruba land. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That's helpful. Let's look at Anglicanism. Who is an Anglican? I think there is Alagba Sheyi Adefisan, who is an Anglican, I believe. Alagba Adefisan, what's the position of Anglicanism and Yoruba spiritual traditions, otherwise known as Isheshe?
Right. Hello, ma.
Hello.
Good evening. Yes,
Good
I'm happy
evening.
to contribute to the level of my limited knowledge. In terms of Anglican, as it is practiced in the western part of Nigeria, I think Anglican to some extent was flexible to the extent that it was able to accommodate some of the traditional way of living. I'll give an example. In some of our Anglican churches, we have situation whereby some of the leaders in the church can have more than one wife, and they will still be able to hold positions within the church hierarchy, which is not the same as would obtain in a Catholic church, for instance. So you have in Anglican churches, whereby some of them, they will have some of the secular titles, like the Alàgbà ìjọ or Bàbá ìwé, and all, some of the title they give to them in the church was very contemporary in terms of the way it relates to the tradition. And I think to some extent it diluted the way Anglican is actually practiced here in the UK, because I've actually been able to, worship to a lot of extent within the UK Anglican Church, as well as the one in Nigeria. So I would say that the Anglican Church in Africa is very flexible and accommodating, and to some extent is quite similar to the Yoruba culture.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. If you've just joined us, we are in the company of those who continue to lead and who shall always lead, but they are now in the spirit world. They continue to lead because their legacies live on. Nobody can say Papa Awolowo is dead. He is not dead. How can he be dead? When every day his template still is playing an active role in the lives of everybody. Everybody, I use the word everybody because wherever you go and people are expressing dissatisfaction, they are expressing dissatisfaction based on the failure to continue to enjoy the goodness of Awolowo. I was telling somebody the other day, I said the meaning of Awolowo means Awo, wisdom. Ni lowo, ni owo. That means wisdom has respect. Awo means wisdom. Not what many people think it is. When people use the word Awo, they think it means cult. No. Awo means wisdom. If you say you are a Babalawo, you are a Baba with wisdom. Yes? You are a Baba with wisdom. That is what it means. It doesn't mean cult. Awo doesn't mean cult. So let's look at a lot of the way in which the church, now one wonders which church has actually done damage to our community by, for instance, saying the word Awo means cult. Which church? Would it be the Anglican? Would it be the Roman Catholic? Would it be those were the ones we had in those days. I don't believe we had all these Pentecostals then, but having said that, I'm sure we had organizations such as the CAC and so on. So we are looking at leadership. We are celebrating the leaders who once successfully led. They were successful. If somebody fought hard and became a prime minister, or somebody struggled hard and became a premier, would you say the person wasn't successful? The person was successful. But the only thing is, unfinished business remains. let me ask Avery, and I'm going to be asking someone else from the Yoruba side. The legacies of these two gentlemen, where is it being taught? Because as far as I know, I'm not aware of any institution that is teaching what I would say the doctrines. Should I use the word doctrine? Teaching the way of Awolowo. Everybody assume they know. Everybody think they know. But many would say today, no, they're not going the Awolowo way. But some people say, of course we are going the Awolowo way. Some people believe you are going the Awolowo way if you remain in a particular political party. If you come out of that political party and you go into another political party, they believe there's no way you can be following the footpath of Awolowo. So let me go to Avery. And again, I mean, you are not here to tell me you're not an expert, because you've lived long enough on the islands of Trinidad and Tobago. So tell us a little bit about the political party that Eric Williams led.
You hear me? Hello?
Tell us, go ahead. You need to move closer so we can hear you. Move closer to your microphone. Thank you.
Yes, we had a party called the People's National Movement. And I want to borrow from you to say that Eric Williams was also misunderstood. His legacy today is only coming to the fore to reveal, and I'm borrowing again the templates that both parties, the one in opposition and the one in power, add to or try to recognize as something to do without giving due respect to where the ideas came from. But the party he led was a national party. And when he came into conflict as the team coming out of some of the discourse here tonight, it was because people thought, including his own people, that things weren't moving as fast as it should. But he was a man for the season and the times. And so he was bringing Trinidad out of colonialism. He was bringing Trinidad out of a period where we had a lot of multinationals. He inherited systems that he had to dismantle to take us forward. And so the issues on the ground at the time, to some, he would be thought shrewd, and to those who recognize what he was doing would recognize him as somebody being very strategic. He had to straddle between pleasing the great people to the north, United States, and still keep Trinidad on a keel to being self-sufficient and truly independent, right? So he inherited the premiership in 1956. He came in, and by 1962 he transitioned from that leadership into trying to do keep the federation going until Jamaica was the catalyst for us going separate and then going into independence, because we were to be a federation, something like the United States of the Caribbean, what we call federation, the Caribbean. And then he went into the period of chartering a course, all within a span of about less than 10 years. And so he had a lot of work to do to bring us to where we are. Then he came across what we call the Black Power movement coming from the north and influencing Trinidad. And there again, he was seen as a pariah by some people who were saying that he is holding the status quo for the what we call now the 1% and trying to please these people. But Eric Williams was so misunderstood that even when they mentioned Black Power, he had a famous speech where he said, well, if Black Power is for self-reliance, if Black Power is for putting the coffers into the hands of the people. If Black Power is all these different things that you're saying, then I too am for Black Power. And so Eric William tried to charter a course as best he could have done, given the circumstances of resistance from not just the people he was working for, but the people who he was working against. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Before I go to someone else, most people who don't know Trinidad would think everybody in Trinidad, one can say, are of African heritage. What's the composition of the people in Trinidad? Tell us about them.
Well, basically, we evolved into a situation that after the slavery, we were predominantly African, the labor for the common people. White, ruling class, of course, strong class. And we moved slavery and replaced the labor force with the indentured workers from India. So,
can I ask you, so do you have Indians? Do you have Africans? Do you have, what are the kind of people you've got in terms of ethnicity?
Yeah, I'll come to the percentages. Ethnicity, yes. Chinese and East Indians, and
yes.
Africans from different parts of Africa, right? Yoruba land had a heavy hand in it, but we have people descended from the Congos, the Mandingos, the Airways, and a lot of people from West Africa, but we do have Central Africans in Trinidad also, right? The Congos in particular. So those are the reflection. That is the reflection in Trinidad. The percentages, I think it swings. It used to be swinging 50-50, but of course the whites would be like a 1-point-something%. So the East Indians population may be around 51, and the African population may be around 48, and the mix and others could be bringing up the 1.5% to make 100%.
Wow, interesting stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Let me go now to Mr. Braithwaite, and I want to ask the question about Tobago, because Tobago doesn't quite fit in with Trinidad. Having worked the two islands, I can see total contrast between the two. And I picked up animosity between the two. So I wonder how Eric Williams managed that, because from an outside point of view, I can say Tobagoans and Trinidadians are not the same. So over to you, Mr. Braithwaite, am I right? And how is that being managed? Because we're looking at misunderstanding, conflict, a resolution of conflict, coming together for an interest to support the leadership. If we're not together, we can't support the leadership. So over to you. What is it like in Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, there is a fundamental difference between the peoples, and there's a historical underpinning for that.
Yes.
Historically, Trinidad and Grenada, called Grenada in those days, was ceded to Spain as the colonial master, with Caracas as the headquarters. And at the same time, Tobago was attached to Barbados and ceded to Britain. It was in 1899 that Trinidad and Tobago became a unified state, because Trinidad and Tobago actually is an archipelagic state with many islands, just that Trinidad and Tobago are the two most populated ones. So the structure of the Tobagonian people is far stronger. Tobago is a traditional African country, traditional, and therefore all their roots and historic history are centered around that ethnicity, including the kinds of festivals that Tobago does on a regular basis, including what is called the Heritage Festival, and where they demonstrate all the traditions of the continent, including a couple of years ago, they even modeled a Nigerian festival called the Yam Festival. And so also the nature of the Tobagonian gives the impression that Tobago is for Tobago.
Right.
And that what is in Trinidad is also for Tobago, but not the other way around.
Thank you. Say no more.
It's like
Now.
a marriage with a husband and a wife. The wife's own is for her, and what the husband has is for he and her.
Thank you very much. I love that. As far as Nigeria is concerned, Yoruba has got, as you very well know, who wants to deal with this? Let me see. Barrister Odumos, where are you? Can you help us with similar analysis? Barrister Odumos, oh yeah. Can you help us? Is he there or is offline? The composition of the people around Yoruba land.
Okay, he is there. Barrister Odumosu.
I'm sorry. I will not be able to talk on it. Yes, I'm sorry, ma. I will not be able to talk.
You can't talk on the issue. Okay, let's move on. Let's see who can assist us here. Wow, I've got, what about Otumba Falashe? Otumba Falashe, tell us a bit about the surroundings of Yoruba people.
Otumba Falashe.
Is he there?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Erelu and all the people tonight. The problem of two cultures or near culture is not peculiar to only Trinidad and Tobago only. It happens in Yoruba land too, where we have diverse culture, where we have people who believe in their culture and feel that the other people's culture are inferior. I'm a traditional chief of Remo land, and I have seen, had and seen social media postings of a lot of Yoruba kings, and the recent one is about the Olugbo and that of Oni of Ife, saying contradicting things about each other. But the facts are there. The Olugbo can never be a king above the Oni of Ife. But people say things in order to fester their own, possibly their popularity, or possibly because they feel that they have to say something. But the fact of the matter is, we need to sit down and trace our culture and history with facts. The problem that we have in Yoruba land is because some of our history has not actually been written down. The ones that actually had been written down were possibly written by the English people, or had been written by people who don't know the facts.
Okay.
But one of the things
I want to thank you there. I want to thank you where you are.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you. I think where you've got it to is adequate. It's adequate because I just want us to get a feel. What's up? We're looking at two areas. Having related deeply with both Tobago and Trinidad, I can very well say the two belongs to different areas of what is called Nigeria today. That's very clear. Now, let's go to the Yoruba people and the environs. There are a number of issues. Those who are outside of the Yoruba land, for instance, the Fulani, many people talk about the Fulani now, but they forget, and I keep saying this, they forget And I think that there's a reason why they will forget, because most people read newspapers. I had the privilege of spending 7 months with the current Oni, and I had the privilege of going through the bushes, and I know the Fulanis I made the majority of them are from Ilorin. They are Yoruba Ilorin people who call themselves Fulani. So that is one thing. The Bororos are different, but there was no time we saw any Bororos. So when people are describing the natives surrounding the Yoruba population, they have to be very specific. If you are talking about Fulani, the Fulanis are so much what you call the Yoruba people as well. For instance, the Irani people, majority of them have intermarried. The men, the Yoruba men have married the Fulanis, and the children see themselves as Fulanis because they've been brought up as Fulanis. And again, if you look at Oyo, that most people talk about, there's there are stories which makes it quite clear. For instance, when people see Calabash, they think Calabash originally belonged to Ife. No, it didn't. Your people came from Ife. So there's a lot of, shall I say, mixing up of the people who are known as Yoruba today. And one wonders how far does Yoruba land get to in the geographical area called Nigeria. I can say, when you go to the Anyoma people, you think they are Igbo people. The Ikwere people, you think they are Igbo people. No, they're not. So we have got with Nigeria as a geographical area, how far Yoruba land gets to, because the Anyoma people, they actually came out of Benin and have been into different areas. Obuluku, you hear them bearing Yoruba names. There are places where descendants of Oduduwa conquered. They were originally Igbos, but now they see themselves as Yorubas, the Ijaw people, the Ishakiri people. So this diversity is a big issue. But let's move on by saying the question of our mentality and spirituality. Trinidad and Tobago seems to be managing that effectively, because the leadership has been responsible. The leadership has been balanced and responsible. The leadership seems to have ensured that those who are extremists in terms of their spiritual beliefs have learned to respect, and the laws of the land also reflect that. We have a challenge in Nigeria. The traditional institution is not recognized by the constitution that exists now. It's not recognized at all. The tradition of our ancestors, not recognized at all. I'm talking about Anglicanism. Coming from a political background, and also my grandmother too, I told somebody was a CMS. As far as Anglicanism is concerned, those of us who have a privilege of not just living in London, but extending to the rural areas, Anglicanism has got nothing to do with Christianity. Now, the tradition of England is still very much underneath. In England, witchcraft is legal. It's supported by the Act of Parliament in England. England, United Kingdom, the Act of Parliament supports witchcraft. You cannot call anybody a witch and not be challenged. It's legal, it's acknowledged, and it's allowed for witches and wizards to get on with their life. And that is in the United Kingdom. We don't have that in Nigeria. We have the churches, the pastors, the woolies, the nonsensical people. They'll go on the radio and they will be verbally thrashing other faiths. And no action can be taken. No action. can be taken. Then you have misrepresentation of the Yorubas when you get to areas where people are kidnapped and they are mutilated and they are used for rituals. And many believe that's part and parcel of Yoruba tradition. As Otumba said, there's nothing in Yoruba that we don't know enough about who we Yorubas are. There's nothing that supports human sacrifice or using of parts of the body for whatever they believe they are using it for. Now, Ogun, which is magic potion, is different from divinity and is different from following in the footsteps of Orisha, which is we take care of our dead. Let me come back and pull it together. Our Yoruba nation during the times of Eric Williams and during the time of Awolowo were led by our Orishas. They never left. Our kings, who are, shall I say, ridiculously known today as traditional rulers, it's an insult to be calling our kings traditional rulers. They are kings. What traditional rulers? I've never had such absolute nonsense in my life. How can you be calling a king, a monarch, a traditional ruler? The two are not the same. They are not the one in charge of tradition, corruption. They are Monshabore. They're not Abore. They are kings. There's a difference between kingship and traditionalism. The two are not the same. So, our leaders like Papa Awolowo, they struggled with this issue of kingship and partisan politics and Christianity and good governance. And I think at some point, a king actually became a governor. A king became a governor of a particular area of Yoruba land. And I guess from henceforth, one needs to look at the strengths and weaknesses and the consequences of that. We have in United Kingdom, the Queen or King of England remains the head of state. He's never a governor of anywhere. But how that happened, we are living with the aftermath. Let me also say very clearly that in Trinidad and Tobago, they're having many kings now being exported from Nigeria to the island. About this, about that, spiritually led or said to be spiritual leaders. Let me see if there's anybody else here who wants to comment on the world of the unseen, which is to do with spirituality. It is to do with religion. If you talk about Jesus Christ, he's an unseen. If you talk about Muhammad, he's an unseen. Both of them are leaders. Nobody can tell me today they've seen Jesus down the road. No, he's in the spirit. If you talk about Obatala is unseen leader. So we're looking at the spiritual leaders of Yoruba land. Obatala is a spiritual leader. Shango is a spiritual leader. Oshu is a spiritual leader. Ogun is a spiritual leader. Iyemoja is a spiritual leader. Oloku is a spiritual leader. Ajay is a spiritual leader. These are Yoruba spiritual leaders. We also have Jesus. Many will say Jesus or Jesus is within, same as Obatala, because as far as we are concerned, Jesus was not a Christian. He wasn't a Christian. He was a Jew. He was not a Christian. So, without bringing in the controversy that already exists, we have to be looking to the future. We are at the moment in the presence of all those we are talking about. As once you are talking about a dead person, the person is alive. Somebody you claim is dead, and you are still talking about the person is still alive. These people are very much alive. Lord Eric Williams is still very much alive in Trinidad and Tobago. And the issues that he has failed to resolve, and lo and behold, some of the things one don't talk about concerning leaders happened to Eric Williams. He suffered from depression. I encountered that in the spirit world. He suffered from horrific depression. So who do the leaders turn to when they are in difficulties themselves? How are their spiritual needs being catered for? What is going on at the moment in Yoruba land is Yoruba land wants autonomy. Yoruba land wants autonomy. Yoruba lands want to be free. Tonight we are actually looking at what that freedom should mean. Are the Yoruba people spiritually free? Are they free in their brains? Who do they connect with? We have too many who connect with Jesus and they are mad, stuck in raving mad. I mean it. We have them. They claim they connect with Jesus, but they are no behavior that leadership of Jesus has given them can be seen in their life. When did Jesus go around bashing traditionalists? When did Jesus go around claiming to, I can have so many examples, touching people's breasts because they want to remove the devil. Everything that Jesus wasn't. Everything that Jesus wasn't, you find them with the leadership. Why am I using this as an example? Because as we the Yorubas are seeking emancipation. We want freedom to run our lives. We need to understand what lives we want to run. We need to reach out to the spirit world, get ourselves spiritually fit to be able to have a nation that we claim we need. I have interacted with Trinidad, and I know that Trinidad is still struggling too with the legacies of Eric Williams is meant to be and what it is today. And I've encountered Eric Williams in the spirit world bitterly complaining about the way the Africans are being treated in Trinidad, the way they are not being regarded. In comparison to when he was there, he's pointed out to the ward where he was, where he lived and he represented. He's talked about that. He's linked me to his daughter. I spoke to the daughter. I found the daughter. What she knows about the guy is not reality. Eric Williams was a human being. He suffered depression. And he died too young. Now, let's go to Papa Awolowo. Before I go to Papa Awolowo, as I was saying, the spirit world is very worried about the quality of women in the lives of our male leaders. Eric Williams didn't have a good wife. I didn't hear you talk about that. When we talk about these our leaders, icons, they had personal lives. He had problems with his wife. I encountered that in the spirit world. So, let's go to Papa Awolowo. Papa Awolowo had solid relationship with his wife. And the wife continues still in the spirit world. So we are looking at emancipation. What do we need to be truly emancipated? First, we have to be emancipated spiritually. If your spirit hasn't got experience of freedom, I'm afraid your physical form is wasting time. Absolute confusion we have for people who see their physical well-being as number one. You have many people, they claim they are professors of this, professors of... I don't know what happens in Trinidad. Just speak to a Yoruba person, the first thing they start telling you is doctor, this, that, ima, but the physical qualification of books. the physical qualification of books. We are too, shall I say, we are just too much on this issue of doctor, and I've done PhD, and I'm done DDD, and da. Ooh. But many of them are stupid. I mean it. All of that has not helped us in Yoruba land. Please, let me go to Trinidad. Trinidad, do you have to have hundreds of PhD before you can be the prime minister of your country? Trinidad?
No.
Please.
No.
Exactly.
It's just a matter of circumstances. But we do have a very highly qualified population on all the sides of the ethnic barrier.
Yes.
But in our system, anybody could become a prime minister.
Do you have any minimum qualification? What does it say as far as your rules are concerned? I'll come back to you in a moment whilst you think about it.
The minimum qualification is that you have to be the political leader of your party.
I clap for you. Do you know, I've never seen a pack of people with no brains like my people. They spend so much time. Spending money acquiring qualifications that they believe will take them somewhere. And the higher they go, majority, the more damaged they are. The more damaged they are. Now, I always wonder, if we want emancipation, we need to restructure our brains first. What is your brain telling you? Even to be a president of an organization, they are talking about, I am a PhD, I am a DDD, da. Who wants to know? Who wants to know the rubbish? Does that make you capable of leading an organization? Over to you, Otumba Falashe. You've been a custodian of Yoruba Council of Elders. Tell me,
Indeed.
Yes, tell me. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Erelu. You've actually just nailed the. You have actually just made a point that I've actually been trying to say for a long time. You don't have to have a particular qualification to become a leader of any organization or to be a leader. You need to have leadership qualities. A lot of Africans feel they have the fact that they have actually studied, some subjects make them better than somebody who's actually not studied anything. One of the things I don't do is to write all my qualifications. If I have to write that, it's longer than my name, but let's put that aside. The fact that you have qualifications doesn't mean you are knowledgeable. Well, the attribute any leader have is to have attributes like Papa Awolowo. The man had become an LLB or BL, and he's never come out to tell anyone that he's what he was. A good leader should be able to manage people. You should be able to govern people. It's not your qualification. Even if you don't have any qualifications, doesn't mean you are stupid. There was a labor leader in this country that didn't even go to university, if I could remember, Callahan, but he was successful as a leader of a party. Africans or black people like qualifications to show that they have knowledge. The fact that you have done research in a particular subject or an area of expertise doesn't mean you are better than somebody who doesn't even have any. In my profession, I have had draftsmen who were as capable as people who are qualified. One of the things that I actually want people to learn from Chief Awolowo is that he had people that surrounded him that didn't have the sort of qualifications he had. The free primary education was not his idea, but idea of other people, which he embraced. A good leader should be a team worker. And the organization that I used to lead and lead was the Secretary General. We've had crisis, and people might not think it is, but it's come to light that some people have their private agenda because of what they want, and they don't think they should work within a team. And one of the attributes of Papa Awolowo is that he worked with a team. 60 years ago today, he was actually at Tafawa Square in Lagos. He was actually not invited to the forefront, but he stood at the back until he was called to as the opposition leader to come to the front. But if the standard of leaders in Yoruba land today, they want to be at the forefront, they want to be recognized.
Yes.
But I thank God that things should change, and I will leave it to other people to talk.
Thank you. Now, I purposely looked at this too because these are political leaders. And I wanted to spend a lot of time looking at them because that's what the spirit world wants. The spirit world is actually totally fed up of people praying for nothing. Praying for nothing. The question is, how far does prayer go? I've left Captain Abiodun Emmanuel last because it's all to do with Yoruba people spending time fasting and praying, not backed by good character. Let's look at Captain Abiodun Emmanuel. I don't want to know where she was born or other than what role did she play as a leader? What were the attributes? That's what I want to look at. And I believe Princess would be able to tell us a little bit about her. Also, Tumba Falashe too. And the reason is because Captain Abiodun Emmanuel had equivalent of a political party. A church is a political party. A movement is a political party. So that's why she's here. I think many people who saw my invitation didn't quite understand it. This was a spiritual or a religious leader. That's my first question. I'll be putting questions to you, Princess. Captain Abiodun Emmanuel, was she a spiritual or religious leader?
She was a spiritual leader, ma'am.
What made her unique? What made her into a leader? What was it that she had which unlocked the door for her recognition as a spiritual leader?
As a very young girl, she encountered what maybe the Christians would call the Holy Spirit or the Spirit of God. And she went into a trance at age 16. And coming out of that trance, she had met with another leader back then known as Mose Urimolade, who was another very unique human being in his own way. And he identified her giftings. She could see and she could hear. And therefore, that made her stand out, especially for a 16, 17-year-old girl back then. And then she continued to grow spiritually. And of course, the movement started whereby, like you rightfully said, the movement is a gathering of people who have opinions and who would discuss a way forward. But
let me stop you there.
Yes.
Sorry, let me stop you there. The most important thing was this lady, her qualification, you cannot go and get it as a professor anywhere. More powerful than anybody who is a professor. Somebody with a gift to access the unseen. That's more important than a professor. You cannot do research to give you that. It's impossible, totally impossible. So I'm looking at different ways by which one can become a leader. And the failure of Yoruba people to recognize varieties of leadership. Now, let's look at the issue of somebody like Captain Abiodun Emmanuel, highly gifted, used to be able to do incredible things. She ended up being in a church only with people who are, who one can say religious, but that's fine. When you have leaders who are spiritually gifted, they are the ones supposed to be spiritually healing those who are unwell. It's not just our people who have got headache or who have got who can't have babies. There are many who are psychologically sick, emotionally sick amongst the Yorubas, emotionally sick, very mixed up people who don't know who they are. So one hopes that somebody like, again, I've just had Papa Fakeye come in. Papa Fakeye too had similar. When people are with lots of problems, there are only certain leaders who can help them. And those leaders are meant to be spiritual leaders. When we have religious leaders, it becomes dangerous. Dangerous. And many people say, just bad Jesus, but just believe in Jesus and you are well. Just believe in Jesus, you are well. Since when? Just believe in Jesus, you are well. No, not lie. That takes me to why Eric Williams, in his country, they're able to acknowledge the importance of spirituality and the way of life, contradictory to the main. And then in Yoruba land, even amongst the Obas are being terrorized every day by the people. Many of our Obas are highly spiritual. And some comes to mind for me, Oba Dr. Dakode Tejosho, highly gifted. Awolowo, these are others I know very well are, and many. But when they fail, when the Yorubas fail to build their capacity, then they become Christians, and then they are making noise. What noise are you making? What noise are you making? The spirit wants to work. If you are gifted, and you are gifted like Captain Abiodun Emmanuel was, the spirit that lives in you is a working spirit. It must work. And it can only work with the knowledge that you have. There's no way, if the knowledge of traditionalism wasn't already in me, that it could have blown up this way. So you find that most of our kings, they are spiritual leaders. They're highly gifted. Once you get on Yoruba throne, you get this power, and it's traditional stool. Once they put the crown on you, it's ancient. And our ancestors, they have invoked the spirit with the words of mouth. Words of mouth. They have evoked them. So when you put it on yourself, you become very powerful. And you become energized, spiritually energized. And then they don't have a role to play because most of them don't understand the Yoruba system in place. So why are we here again these early hours of the 60th year of what is meant to be the independence of the Yoruba people of Oduduwa? Can we say the independence we haven't had can be traced to just the colonial masters, if I can call them that, or colonial friends? We complain that they forced religion on us. We complain that they did this, that they did that. Well, I want to say I agree. They have forced academia, madness, academic madness on us, absolute madness. The times that many people are supposed to be helping their country to get on with what is important, I ask myself, why are they running around? It's often because they want recognition, academic recognition, accreditation by foreigners. Are they suitably qualified along the line of our Yoruba education? Very few of them, but they want to prove to be white men. That's what I conclude. So we need to restructure our brain. We need to have seen many people in positions of power and leadership, highly qualified. They're absolutely useless, totally useless. Their book in their heads hasn't helped us. Mama Abiodun Emmanuel, was she a graduate?
No, ma.
Did she have common sense?
Absolutely.
Please, this lady was left in charge of a church movement. Tell us about that.
She obviously went for training under Musiri Maladi. And from a very young age, she had the verve to gather people. And from then on, the church, or rather the movement, began to grow. And then at some point, they got a place in Okesuno in Lagos Island, where a structure was put. Okay. And she also, apart from the physical structure, she was also able to put a structure in place concerning how the movement, her KNS movement, was run. And she had a lot of men that were under her at the time. And even I think until she passed, because she then rose up to become the head of the church that she had started.
Thank you very much for that. Here we are looking at, if you've just joined me, you are with us, and the program is called Agbagba ile Yoruba. What is Agba? The word old, or elderly. The importance of age has to be widened. Is it age in terms of your exposure to quality education? Age because you happen to be 113? Age because you are just 2 years old? Anyone who's got grandchildren, spend time. I mean, Princess has got an amazing granddaughter. Amazing granddaughter. And I still look at her amazingly, how she relates to her grandmother. So if we rely just on age for a source of education, if we see age as the only way to acquire reliable information, to enable our own understanding, and to have wisdom will be totally mistaken. Far too often, the Yoruba quotes, old by age, they tend to look down on the younger ones. They look down on the younger ones. And then we have this saying, it says, please, Princess, I beg, put down for English.
Well, to translate word for word, it will probably come out funny. That means when the rat, or as in the bush rat, grows older, it'll suckle on its child's bosom. But basically what it really means is when one becomes elderly and aged, you now rely on the support and help of your children.
Thank you. And that goes without saying. And apart from that, the West functions pretty much on acknowledging the contribution of the very clever and the not so clever, and acknowledges the contribution of the highly educated and the ones without education. Nigeria, especially Yorubas, is where I see people who are mad. Honestly, absolutely stuck and raving mad. They only want to talk about those who are highly qualified. They fail to recognize the contribution, the capacity of those who haven't. So you have people running around like headless chickens, wanting to join the mass production. One day I visited Abuja, and I went there because of my one of my professional backgrounds. And I was so surprised to see the number of lawyers. It was like a nightmare. All these, I couldn't believe the sheer number of them. So I decided to have a chat with someone. Said, Erelu, it was in those days you don't have everybody is a lawyer now in Yoruba land. Everybody wants to be a lawyer. And that takes me to the nature of Yoruba people. Now, why are we looking at this? The spirit world is asking us to examine ourselves first. You want restructuring, you want cessation, but have you got the capacity required to maximize what cessation will offer us as Yoruba people? Are we capable? Now, as I said, never seen so many lawyers in my life. That takes me to every summer in England, there are 3 groups of people. These are former administrators of different parts of Nigeria, Western region, Northern region, and Eastern region. And I've always had the privilege of being invited to lunch. When the invitation comes from the Northern one, it's written in Hausa. From the Eastern one, it's written in Igbo. Yoruba likewise. But I remember one particular occasion when I met one of the most seniors. He asked me, he said, when they were serving in Western Nigeria, they used to, amongst themselves, wonder why, if by the riverside somebody brings a bowl of rice and started selling it, they said they used to basically contest between themselves. They used to wonder who would get it right by asking each other to suggest how long it will take. One will say it will take an hour. One will say it will take a month. And they said they were always surprised that within 2 or 3 days, the whole area would be full of the same Yoruba selling the same thing, doing the same thing. So that should be considered as an advantage. Should it or should it not? Yorubas are easily led. It can be led to anywhere. without even thinking twice. They can be easily led to anywhere. And you know why? Because majority likes peace. They don't want anybody to say what he's saying is wrong. Oh. They expect everybody to sleep and follow the same direction. That is called loyalty. I don't know where that has originated from. So let me go to, let's see who else. Yaloja, are you still there? Let me see who else. All right, let me go to, I've got somebody here called Obasui. Let me say, you don't have to put on your video. You don't have to put on your video, but here we are. This loyalty of when the truth comes to be said and everybody is sitting around telling each other lies. Why is it that Yorubas they prefer everybody is quiet, or some of them are afraid to say the truth? Over to you, dear sister. Are you able to share your thoughts on that question?
I have asked her to unmute, so I'm not sure whether.
Right, okay. Have you been able to unmute her? No?
I have unmuted from the studio.
Okay, let's see. What about Princess? Let's see.
Hello, Amon.
All right, so you're here?
Hello.
No, that's not Miss Juliet.
No.
We wanted Miss Juliet.
Oh, can you find Miss Juliet? Can you find Miss Juliet?
She's not unmuted. Which princess would you want, Ma? There are about three. Not you, Yaloja. There are three princesses. Which one would you want?
I saw Princess Angelique, and I think she's not there at the moment. The Princess Angelique? What about Princess Angelique? She's not there now. I've just seen that one disappear. Maybe
I'm here.
She's there.
Oh, yeah,
she's
Princess.
there.
I have 3 phones with you.
Thank you. Yes. Tell me this. Did you hear the example of a gathering of people, all knowing fully well they are not telling each other the truth, and they don't want anybody to rock the boat? Is that loyalty? Have you ever experienced that, and how have you dealt with it? Is it appropriate?
Well, as my grandfather taught me, loyalty is something that you either have or you don't. So loyalty is not anything that you can earn. It's just something that you have. So once you're a loyal person, then you're loyal to everyone around you.
Okay. So if you happen to find yourself amongst liars, you're in a meeting, everybody's telling each other lies. Are you going to join them and be loyal?
Well, with the goodwill of our ancestors, I wouldn't be in that meeting.
I love that. Thank you. Well, you see, people like myself, with the goodwill of my ancestors, they tend to put me right there. And I can assure you.
That was what was going on all day today, and I had to let people know, let's have a purpose in life. And, there's a bigger picture than politics. And we have a spiritual world and we have a physical world. And the spiritual world is talking to us even louder now and working hard to unite the children so that we can do the greater good and do all the work. So seeing the Trinidad here tonight, with me being from the Americas, and as you know, from the African transatlantic slave trade, Africa and Native American, it's a beautiful experience. And our traditions of Native American with Africa are very similar as well.
Thank you very much indeed. You see, that's where our ancestors are in the spirit world. Relationship can be positive, or the experiences of relationship can be positive or negative, but both have got roles to play. Negativity develops you. Now, most of us are not able to manage negativity. Ifa tells us that what is considered to be not so good can be made to be good. So experiences are important. let me welcome somebody who has just been brought in from the spirit world at the right time. And this is a Baba Ijo of one of these churches where, women are not so well treated, Let's bring him in, where is he?
We're changing.
Where's Dr. Mab? Let's see, John Mabayoje, right, Baba Ijo.
Is he with us?
Yes, he came in at the right time. I've been waiting for him.
Doctor, where are you?
I am so sorry. I'm in Maryland now. I just flew in.
Oh, wow. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah.
Right. Doctor, I want you to tell us, why was Captain Abiodun Emmanuel so badly treated by the men she was leading?
I don't think.
First of all, was it true that she was badly treated?
At one time, but they left, but some of them stayed back, and she became the head.
What happened? She was left in charge of all these men.
Oh yeah, she was in charge.
Yes. So what happened?
They just accepted her authority over them. They had no choice, really.
Right.
They had no choice. Mother was a very special person. You needed to meet her. She had an aura around her. Yep. She had an aura around her. But later on, she victimized somebody too in her later years. She victimized Baba Shehu. And that was what broke the whole place up. That was how they got to the Victoria Island.
That's why I was trying to get to. When conflict comes about between a female leader and a male follower, it tends to split things up. Am I right in assuming that's the trend, or?
No, I think it was just the particular situation. After somebody else replaced her, and but things were not the same after that for the C&S. They were not the same for the C&S.
So basically, what we got here was this very gifted leader. By the way, warm welcome to you. We are looking at leadership. We're looking at three aspects of what we can call a community of leaders. We have those who are politically skilled. We have those who are academically skilled. We have those who are spiritually skilled and gifted, because to have access to the world of the unseen requires tremendous skills. It requires tremendous skills, which I won't expand on that.
Not just tremendous skills, but sacrifice as well. Sacrifice and discipline.
Thank you.
Discipline. You have to be a disciplined ruler.
Thank you.
With the case of Mother, from what I know, and what I saw, I think she had some failure towards the end, which I think was a product of the society we were in.
Right.
Was of the society we were in.
Right.
Because her only daughter lived with the Amponu Wusus at 25 Commercial. And they all can bear me out.
Yes, sir.
I don't even, maybe she just saw her mother occasionally, because the mother was mother to everybody. I mean, when the schism came in the C&S church, Papa Wusu and Mama Wusu worked out with Papa Shegu, along with most of the educated people in the C&S.
Doctor, may I stop you there? You've just got to a good point. Now, before you arrived, I was talking about two leaders. Eric Williams of Trinidad, whose wife wasn't a good wife. He suffered depression as well, serious depression. He was the first Prime Minister of Trinidad. We also had, we looked at Papa Awolowo, a wife that was the backbone and always quite strong. But interestingly enough, when I encounter him in the spirit world, I encounter Mama in front always. In front always. Anytime I encounter the two. So now let's go to this, to as far as Mama Abiodun Emmanuel, everything was scattering, really. Yes, scattering as far as men are concerned. You know, I just emotionally she couldn't cope as far as the spirit world is concerned. So, and she had not been able to cope is what I want to ask you from a physical point of view. A leader, a female leader with the gift she had, how physically do you consider that would be for a woman in a relationship with a man? What sort of a man should that woman be with? That's the question.
A woman in that spiritual level, is a man.
Yes, there we go.
It's a man.
Thank you. I was waiting for somebody to say that.
It's a man.
Yes, it's a man. And so, today we are learning about the Yoruba world, what the spirit world has opened up to us, and I have explained that there isn't anyone who hasn't got capacity to access the world of the unseen. There's nobody who hasn't got the capacity, nobody. But there are people who are extraordinarily privileged to get access to more than others. And that's not unusual. There are people who are clever, and there are people that are not so clever. Those of us who have this capacity to do more, it's because it's ancestrally linked. It just doesn't happen. So let's go back to the leadership style of three people. Mr. Braithwaite, are you still with us? And I've also got Elder Abayomi.
Yes, I am.
Christolu, you are still here. Let's look at the leadership style. What can you say about the leadership style of Eric Williams?
Before I speak to the leadership style, may I say to you that you may have seen very correctly about the depression.
Yes.
But what would have triggered the depression was his anger with the colonial system.
Right.
In the 1940s, he fell out with the American group, the commission that he was attached to the extent that they refused to renew his contract. But even though that might have been negative to him then, it became a positive for us, because in 1955 he declared that this is his home, Trinidad, and is here he will lay his bucket down. Okay, but in terms of his leadership style,
before you go any further, what was his relationship like with his wife? Would you know anything about it? If you didn't have any insight, don't assume. No assumption.
Well, I can say that he was married twice.
Ah, no more. Say no more. Say no more. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
His children came from two different mothers. In terms of his leadership style, one could look at him and say that he was an autocrat, if that definition works with you. It is simply because he was so idolized by his people around that everything he uttered became life in itself. Every single thing he said became a life form. And therefore people believed in him, and whatever he said got implemented. Until the latter times of his leadership, when he appeared to be more focused on his seminal works and writing his books than on actually running the country. And therefore, there were some things that his party got tainted with because of the action of some of those around him that gave the impression of severe corruption. But in terms of his integrity, he died almost a pauper without any kinds of assets, distinguishable assets for anybody who held the position of prime minister of this country.
Wow. Can I can I thank you for that and go further? Not as far as Eric Williams is concerned, as far as your country goes at this point in time, the African seems to be under tremendous pressure. And I wonder if what I've picked up is real, that there seems to be a lot of confusion within the African population of Trinidad in particular. Why is that the case? Because Eric Williams is quite concerned about that. It's almost as if that area needs lifting up, totally run down.
Well, the spending power is amongst the African community.
Okay.
But the economic power lies elsewhere. And therefore, because of the economic power that others now carry, it shifts the foundation away from the African man. And that has to be addressed with some expressed urgency. In fact, the current Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, made a comment on March 23rd, 2019, when he was addressing an issue relating to the spiritual Baptist faith, which in essence he said that when the draconian prohibition ordinance was repealed, now we didn't address that at all tonight, but that is a very critical aspect of the evolution of the spiritual Baptists, in that they under the Anglican system of governance, under the King of England, the spiritual Baptist faith was criminalized by a draconian act of parliament called the Shouter's Prohibition Ordinance. A similar ordinance was done in St. Vincent called the Shaker's Prohibition Ordinance. And between 1917, November 28th, to March 30th, 1951, the spiritual Baptists, and by extension, all those who fell under the rubric of Baptists, like such as the Orishas, had to conduct their worship in the hinterlands, in the bushes, away from the mainstream, because it was a criminal act for our people to practice the religion of choice. And I dare say that the British government broke their own law to facilitate that act here in the region.
That's not happening now, of course, is it? That's not happening now. Now, let me leave you there. The reason why I do that is that sometimes when one is given history and somebody switch on that time, it's almost as if it's happening now. I mean, you have absolute freedom to practice your religion on your land now. Let me say it's time to begin to wind down this session. Today has been very much about leadership. It's about emancipation. It's about freedom to own what belongs to one. Freedom to share if you wish to share. Freedom to live a life of comfort based on your own standard without inhibiting the standards of others. there are so many individuals who were part and parcel of what we know today as Nigeria. Quite often people don't talk about the role that Obafemi Awolowo played as far as bringing in totally different tribe. Men don't like the word tribe. The Hausas, for instance, the Fulani, for instance. Many will argue that Yoruba land was a land of prosperity. But let's go further by looking at where we are now. Trinidad, do you feel fully emancipated from the colonial administration under which you existed before independence? Do you feel fully emancipated now?
Fully is a quantitative comment, meaning that is it 100%, is it 90%, etc.
Yes, yes.
So I will say the answer is no. And I'm simply saying that the answer is no because somewhere in our evolution, we held on to independence and not the Republican status that we achieved in 1976. So over the years, all our celebrations were centered around the Independence Day and not our evolved Republic Day. Like for instance, Nigeria is called the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Right.
Good. And therefore, in Trinidad and Tobago, we are still very attached to the Commonwealth. Our legal system is still attached to the Privy Council, while we have excellent jurists in the region, and our resistance to be part of the Caribbean Court of Justice as our final appellate court. So there's a lot of work in progress to be able to say categorically that we are fully emancipated.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Nigeria, or Yoruba land within Nigeria. I don't need to ask too many people to comment on this because already Nigeria has got a constitution that the Yoruba people don't wholly agree with. I use wholly agree with because some don't seem to care about it, a number do. And no doubt you are aware that a major issue is the existence of what is seen to be a religious item. The Sharia is seen as a religious item by some people, but many will say it's traditional. Now, I did say we have issues about with the monarchical system. We haven't got a monarchical system. So where are we at? We've looked at the leaders who got us the freedom we've had so far. Some of those who got us the freedom, they had a nationalistic approach, like Zik of Africa. Zik of Africa was the first president of Nigeria. We had a fine parliamentarian like Tony Nahoro. We had quite a very strong-willed, independent-minded suffragist, female, Olufunmilayo Ransom Kuti. We had the Sadan of Sokoto, who he established a party, Northern People's Party, a monarch. But with the North, Sadan of Sokoto was a pure spiritual leader. So I'm looking at the geographical area called Nigeria. In some areas, especially those of the North, they are clearly religious leaders. Clearly religious leaders. In Yoruba land, we are meant to be spiritual leaders, not religious leaders. Many talk about Yoruba religion. There is no Yoruba religion. It's just been formulated. You know, everybody would know when we are young. Nobody even knew anybody had a farm, let alone to have to be a major, if you like, event in anybody's household. So I think we are here looking at where do we take this. So, Princess, let me bring you in to comment on what you believe is the position of the leadership of Yoruba land at this point in time.
Thank you so much, dear Honorable Erilu Tuashe. From my point of view, I would say that the leadership as at today, the year 2020, in particular today, 1st of October, marking 60 years, the leadership in Yoruba land has been sadly very disappointing. If I go back to when I was growing up, I started working at a very young age, so I was exposed to leaders in government because of my work in television as a broadcaster. And it's sort of gone from bad to worse. We can't compare it with what leadership was like when people like Papa Bafemi Awolowo, and his own peers at the time, were in leadership. At that time, they had their problems, but they were learning, I guess, you're learning along the way. Just like everybody learns, that was their first attempt at political leadership in the space called Nigeria or any of the regions, Western, etc. But we're concentrating on Yoruba and Western region. And before they were able to even sharpen their leadership skills, as it were, there was disruption because, from what we know, and people who were not old enough then, at least we've read it in the news or heard about it, there was a coup d'etat. The military came in and took over. So I believe the intervention of the military every now and then in our history, has totally destabilized the ability to even grow or the ability to learn. And maybe that's what even sowed the seeds of wanting to be greedy or not even having the ability to think clearly anymore. Maybe they thought they were treading on, as in subsequent leaders that came after them, felt they were treading on short time. In other words, we don't know when we're going to be chucked out. And therefore, this is my personal analysis, and therefore people felt, let's see what we can quickly grab because we might be chucked out tomorrow. They totally forgot the ethics and the values of we are actually here to represent the people. And in fact, it got to a stage when we look again, people going out to vote didn't really count. Even if you went out to vote, most times the votes were not counted, and even if they were counted, they were not taken into consideration. People just got picked and selected and appointed.
Let me interrupt there. You've said the most important thing in that whether intervention of the military has done damages and whether that's irretrievable. I would say it's irretrievable. At the end of the day, Papa Obasanjo is ex-military. General Buhari is ex-military. Now, since 1999, apart from Yaradua, who didn't survive long, who else did we have? I think we had Jonathan Goodluck. Yes? So the military are not out. No, they're not out at all. So I'm not suggesting that is bad, but it's almost as if a conclusion has been reached that civilians are incapable, totally incapable of running the country. I find it fascinating because as somebody who's had a privilege of political positions in UK, there are certain times when the military are not allowed within the vicinity. Yes, I had a presidential honorary role at that point in time, but the procedures were very clear, what they could have and what they could wear. So I find it totally difficult to understand why there is no clause excluding the military from standing for ex-military. I mean it, ex-military from standing for elections.
May I ask a question, ma?
Go ahead.
On this subject of military taking over, has it also occurred to us, ma, that when we look at the countries or the nations that were colonized, it's only those nations that you would actually have the military take over in a coup d'etat. I've never heard of it happen in other countries since the advent of democracy across the world. Is there any reason why?
Well, I can say that there's no country in the world apart from those in the West where democracy can never bring harmony. There is none. There's none. Because democracy has its own culture. It has its own culture. It has standard, it has codes of practice. It's a game. People who are involved know it's a game. And they play it well. I mean, I have actually, this is my 36th year in a party, but I have seen my party, we strategically recruit those we know will not win elections. We call them, we call them candidates, and people believe we believe that we want them to win. No, the candidates don't even want to win, but we position them to scatter votes. We do that. But when I come across Africans, wherever I come across, every one of them want to win election. Every one of them want to win election. No, taking part in an election is very important. I repeat, we position those who will not win votes. So will not win the seat. They won't win, but we'll position them to scatter votes. And they too don't want to be elected, mind you. I think we had some people have been rather surprised, and we floated them, and they found that they've won. And I've had one or two totally shocked because they were not prepared, but they did win. So it's a game, but Africans don't know how to play the game, and they don't see it as a game. They don't see it as a game. I mean, we'll discuss very difficult issues, and yet we don't become enemies as a result of that. We'll go to dinner together, or they'll go to the pub together. I mean, and the kind of mouthing and the kind of destructive criticisms I hear. I mean, I give an example. I'm always amazed when people are criticizing Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu in terms of this is the private man, as far as I'm concerned, in England. He's nobody. He's only a party leader. He's only important to his party. He's not being voted in by anybody. It's his money. He can use his money as he pleases. But some people get terribly upset. You know, Princess, you live in United Kingdom, and I'm sure there are others who live in the United States. Why should you be worried about how is a private person? He's a private person. Let me go to Dr. Mabayoje. I mean, somebody like Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, do you have people like that in the United States who have money and do what they like with the money? And do people get upset about what they do? Dr. Mabayoje, you're in US.
Yes. Let me go into my background a bit. I was a medical student, and I think I'm still the only one who has run for political office in university as a medical student. It wasn't easy.
Okay.
The military did not allow a political culture to develop. They did it deliberately. And that is the seed that they sowed. Add that to the retirement exercise of 75. That is why Nigeria is the way we are, where winner takes all. I mean, you have a situation in 75 when the first surgical specialist in Africa, not Nigeria, Sir Emmanuel, was retired. The next morning, a general, he was a brigadier then. I mentioned his name. His name was Mushishi. He was Minister of Works.
Yeah.
He sent a sergeant. He sent a sergeant to go and wake the man up in his house, Sir Samuel Manua, at 7 o'clock in the morning. And salute him and say, my boss said that you should leave this house by 12 o'clock. That 12:30 we are coming here. Gave the man 5 hours to pack out of a house he had been living in Ikoyi since the 40s. This was the most powerful black man in Western Africa. He actually acted as the governor for some of the colonies in West Africa when the governor general and the lieutenant governor general were not around. The man had to leave some of his property there. They threw it out. If you want to know what that led us to, that is why the doctors started saying, wait a minute. If they can do this to this man, by 1978, my cousin, Dr. Fajemisi Bayo.
I'm going to have to interrupt there because I'm going to have to interrupt on the basis that the question I asked you, you didn't even answer it as well. Somebody like Shivaji Bola Ahmed is a private individual in the US. He's not a senator. He's not a member of the House of Assembly. He's a no. I'm sorry. It's just Bola Ahmed. You know, why are people so caught up with the razzmatazz to do with this guy? I'm sorry, I need to ask.
He's got a lot of resources, and his resources enable him to manipulate the system.
What if he were? I mean, do you have people like himself in US that are always thrashed like this guy is always thrashed?
You got to look at why they're thrashing him.
Now forget that. Do you have them in US? That's the question.
Yes.
So, I mean, people talk about Trump anyhow they like.
But Trump is actually an elected person. I need somebody who's not elected.
Someone like him cannot live in the United States.
No, but you see, your answer to the question is you haven't got that kind of a man. He's a man who is well off. What is the headache? Honestly, I find it, we have people who are well off in England who throw their money around to support political parties. We have them. But people don't put them on pedestals like I've seen. Honestly, I just can't believe it. It's just like he's a bee in the bonnet of many people. What's going on?
When you rule over a political system that you put in place that depends on patronage.
He's not a ruler. He's not a ruler. He's not a ruler of anything.
Instituted something.
He's not a ruler. He's got money. He's sponsored parties.
How did he get the money? How did he get the money? How did he get the money?
Again, thank you. If people believe, and we're looking at leadership styles now. This guy was once, I've used the word, he was once a governor. He was once a governor. Fine. Now, how did he get his money? Please, excuse me. I find it totally annoying when people of Nigeria complain about somebody got their money, they won't do naught to prove guilt or innocence. Spiritually, it is wrong. Stop thrashing people unnecessarily. If he's got money, he's not giving you, please pack yourself in. Ignore the person. Why is this man being thrashed?
When
If he's
last were
got
you
your
in
money,
Lagos, Erelu?
sorry?
When last were you in Lagos?
Oh, thank you very much. 2019. I was in Ife for 7 months, including going to Lagos. And I'm an indigene of Lagos. I'm sorry, they can't do anything without people like me. So cut the crap, please. Let me tell you now, I don't understand why this man, who is not anybody, and I mean it, is only a political party leader. I don't understand why he's always put on a stage. Why? If he's stealing their money, I'm afraid we're talking about leadership, and I'm saying the spirit world is not going to condone, injustice. If you're justified that this man is a thief and is stealing your money in that country, for goodness sake, sort yourself out. Do what you need to do.
We don't have strong institutions to police corruption. We don't. I mean, look at what happened in the EFCC recently.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah.
Doctor, if we don't have strong institutions, how can institutions lead? If you don't have strong institution, I'm concerned. There is the desire to facilitate autonomy for Yoruba nation. Here, I fully agree. There's a desire to ensure that if it cannot be facilitated within the current system in place called Nigeria, and I always find it quite interesting when people say Nigeria is not, unity is not negotiable. I've never heard such rubbish in my life, but they say so. Is it by force? If I marry somebody for 400 years and I say I don't want him anymore, was it by force? Please, I will hear people say it's not negotiable. I don't believe that is right, because even in Britain, we have had devolution. We've devolved power down to Scotland, Wales, Ireland, and they're running their own life. So I don't understand it. So I will have to conclude that the population that are politically uneducated is the problem. The population that are politically uneducated is the case. We need to educate more of our people. I worry a lot about people running around on social media, hundreds of hours of social media, passing this paper, that paper, somebody said. I'm asking myself, so somebody said, what do you want to do with somebody said? They have senators, they won't go and park themselves in front of the house of the senators are forever running away. They can't find access to the telephone numbers of their senators. The House of Representatives, some of them, they put them on the platform, on the WhatsApp group. They don't know how to use them well. So it is of grave concern that the autonomy that we are looking for, much needed for every section. Let everybody go and sit in their own corner and run their own lives. Yes, but how are we going to be able to manage a lot of difficulties that we have accumulated over the years? Let me find some. You want to come in, Doctor?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I saw this thing coming up. When the military entered governance,
yes,
we had a problem.
Yes.
In England, you have the 3 branches of government: the executive, the legislature, the judiciary. In America, it's the same thing: the executive, the legislature, the judiciary. Well, I've got to be real with you. In Nigeria, you have a 4th leg.
Yes.
That's the security apparatus headed by the military.
Okay, let me stop
they
there.
are part of government.
Thank you. Let me bring somebody in here. I've got Dayo Adenawa there. Dayo, can you please find me Dayo Adenawa? Let's see what Dayo Adenawa has got to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Dayo Adenawa.
Mr. Adenawo, you kindly unmute yourself, sir.
You don't need to put on your video if you don't want to. It's just your voice that we'd love to hear.
Maybe he stepped away from his upright. Okay.
Right.
He's not.
I am now unmuted.
Oh,
Thank
awesome.
you, Dio. Welcome.
Good morning, Ma. Good morning, House.
Good morning.
The question is, what have you got to say about the current situation vis-a-vis Yoruba land and the desire for autonomy?
Okay, it's a very difficult question, mostly because when we look around some of the very successful countries in the world, or those that are seemingly successful, it mostly is because there is some level of self-identity, either ones that have been created naturally, or ones that those entities have actually worked extremely hard to put together. Those sorts of entities would be the likes of China,
okay,
the likes of India, who very uniquely, although are a combination of cultures, have very carefully designed their own form of federalism, I guess, where there are states within the entire union called India. So they all, to some extent, have their own individual autonomy. And then we've got the likes of Spain, Spanish, France, French, Germany, Germans. And even within the United Kingdom, we've got the English, the Scottish, the Irish, Welsh. Then the United States have formed themselves around a single identity. And I think to some degree, we as a people have a predefined, natural, God-given identity, and to some extent, in many regards, needs to be used as a foundation of our future and our success. And that is my contribution.
Thank you very much, Dio.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for finding the time. The interesting thing is that Dio is visually impaired, but he's a highly educated young man, and he reads beautifully with his equipment. This is something that I don't believe a lot of people who are visually impaired in Nigeria can, Yoruba land in particular, I don't believe anyone who is visually impaired can have access to the quality of life that I've seen with persons like Dio. Now, thank you, Dio, for taking part. Let me say we are coming to the end of this program. It's important we do within the next 5 or 10 minutes latest. I want to particularly thank the brothers and sisters and relatives, kids and kin who come and join us from Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much. This is not going to be the last, I need to say that. We have to continue working on bringing these two countries together. It's wonderful that the two, I would say Trinidad in particular, and Yoruba land, I need to bring in more of those from Tobago so that we can be a threesome. Just as I'll be looking at other areas, because Yoruba land is beyond the geographical area called Nigeria. Today has been to acknowledge the contributions of the warriors who are still in the spirit world. No one will leave unfinished business in the world of the seen and be at peace in the world of the unseen. Those who negotiated what is now called Nigeria are very clear I have to say that they were all forced into it. They were all forced into it. And we complain a lot about the North. The North were not interested in joining anything called Nigeria. In fact, the political parties they set up were clearly Northern people's affair. They wanted to stay on their own. You know, I come from a school of thought where talking about identity, I'm very clear about my identity and I anchor my life on my identity. Only they said, well, yeah, I'll come to you in a moment. Now, let's look at the causative factors that we are being challenged by. The Northerners didn't want to join anywhere called Nigeria. They were not interested. They were not. It was clear at that time we were like chalk and cheese. Languages, especially religion. It was Islamic North and pagan South. So somehow, again, Yorubas worked hard to facilitate the coming together. People like Papa Awolowo and so on. They brought these people close. And during their time, it seemed as if it worked. But now it isn't working. In fact, I think there's so much misunderstanding beyond belief. I will cite one possible source of misunderstanding. Many of us will remember they call them these Niger Republic people. You see them begging on the streets. They're beautiful girls, beautiful children. They will be begging on the street. They came from, I think, Niger Republic. All of a sudden, they've disappeared. Our men used to go and sleep with them and get into all kind of nonsense with them. Now, are they these Bororos we're talking about? The borders of Nigeria, ECOWAS has brought in quite a lot of people, and ECOWAS has actually led to both positive and not so positive. So global expansion has brought too many things onto our territory. What is obvious is the Nigeria that is 60 years old, independent today, 60 years, has failed to deliver desired results. Has failed. The West is fed up. And I say the West is fed up. Every part of the West, you have, if you say you've got Nigerians, I can assure you, possibly 75% of them are Yorubas. You don't see northern people going to sit in US and claiming to be the best doctor in the world, and they're sitting in the West. Yes, the best psychiatrists, the cardiologists, Yoruba, they're sitting in the West. They're sitting in Dallas. I'm still going to bring another onto my program. I want to know why they qualify and they go back to Hausa land. They go back there. Why are one sitting back in Canada? They're sitting back like people like Dr. Mabayoje and people like Professor Okedeji, where he is. I mentioned them. They're sitting in US. Huh? And people like Princess Mradeo, still sitting in England. All of them. They should be back in Nigeria.
I move between Nigeria and here.
Likewise, ma. I go home. But may I say, ma, that for one's human existence and peace, would you want to go and live somewhere where it's not an enabling environment? Sadly.
You see the point. You see, all these Yorubas, they don't want to go back home. All of them. Erelu, what about you? Me, I am home now.
I don't think so. The home environment is not conducive.
You see the point?
That's it.
You see the point? You see the point? Yeah, I agree with you, the home environment. Let's say it's been quite an interesting program. Lots learned from our Trinidadian Tobagoan colleagues and family. Lots learned from ourselves, but I think as far as the spirit world is concerned, here's the verdict. The whole thing called Nigeria is totally scattered. That's the verdict, totally scattered. Can the pieces be brought back together again? Very unlikely. Breach of trust, serious breach of trust. Trust that cannot be reinstated. Total breach of trust. Too much bloodshed. Go to the East. Look at all these young people in the spirit world who found themselves in the spirit world all of a sudden unprepared, fighting for their freedom. Nobody's acknowledging what happened to them. I mean, these were innocent young people whose blood was shed on the streets of somewhere in the eastern part of Nigeria. I mean, should this be happening today? Should there be resistance to people who want to go their own way? Why should there be resistance? Why? I mean, if it's in the West, and one experiences the sheer number of young people that were murdered, would be the word, murdered. Total loss of control. Those young people were killed. And the person who is their leader left the country and is somewhere else. And all those young people are in the spirit world. Would you say they are happy that they suddenly found themselves in the spirit world fighting for the freedom of Igbo land? We should be speaking the truth. Why on earth should Igbo not go their way? They want to go. What's the problem? Why is the country not facilitating referendum once and for all? Why are there so much of cowards? If people say they want to go, Yoruba wants to go, this one wants to go, or let's take a decision. Let's make it this way. If, for instance, autonomy cannot be facilitated within Nigeria, how long are we going to take to agree that there's no way in which devolution can happen? What Yorubas are asking for is devolution of power back to the old kind of Western region and restatement of the constitution of Western region, and that Yoruba runs their own life. Why is that a problem? If the Igbos want to remove themselves and call themselves the Republic of Congo land, why should that be a problem? Why should everybody not go back to where they belong? Why should we not go back to the drawing board and see ourselves as separate units? Let somebody give us a reason why not. And again, as I said, too many educated people in that country cannot use their brain to decide how decisions should be made. These are the politicians in the Federal House of Representatives. Why aren't they talking about this? What about the senators? Why aren't they talking about this? People say they want out. Whether out is going to be a reality or not, where is the process to decide? Why is the country so reluctant to put in place a process to decide, restructuring or not? Why not? Why are they not deciding on whether the Igbos should leave on? Why should they need permission of anybody to go their ways? Why? Are Igbos the same as Hausa? Are Igbos the same as Yoruba? Why on earth are they being stopped? They want to go, let them go. If Yorubas want to carry their bags and go, why should it be a problem? If the Hausas, why should the Hausas not go their own way? If we have joint asset, let's start talking about the asset now. If it is petrol, let's talk about, besides, we all have our own ground. The Delta people, they've got the petrol. It's on their ancestral land. Why should the ancestral land belong to the whole place called Nigeria? Is that your ancestral land? Is Yoruba land rich Delta? Let us apply some common sense. Our land doesn't reach Niger Delta. And why should we be concerned about their petrol? We've been stealing from them for years. Let the spirit war scatter the nation now. Let everybody have peace. For peace is the only way forward. And it has been scattered. I'll share. Over to you, Aaron.
Thank you so much, ma'am. On behalf of our platform, Agbagba ile Yoruba, may our elders never diminish in Odua land. On behalf of our convener, Erelutsuashe Ajun, I'd love to say a big thank you to everyone who's joined us and stayed right through, particularly our brothers from Trinidad and Tobago, and those who have joined us from various other parts of the world, in the UK here and in Nigeria. This is a series where we learn. It's as I really said, it's for us to learn and for us to also find solutions for the way forward, particularly for our Yoruba nation, so that we don't lose our identities, we don't lose who we are as a people. Today we examined the lives of three iconic leaders that we've had in Yoruba land. And we do know that Yoruba is not limited to the geographical space called Nigeria. So we've had, we examined the life of Captain Abiodun Emmanuel, who was a leader of the KNS church movement for many years. Also the leadership of Pa Obafemi Awolowo, who was the first premier of Western region, and the leadership of the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Lord Williams, as Erelu called him. And we're able to gather a lot of information about these peculiar leaders. And one thing we realized and we found out is the three of them were all spiritually gifted, highly spiritually gifted beings. And they did their bit as best as they could do during their lifetimes here on earth. They are now transitioned to the spirit world, and they're still very concerned about what happens to their people that they left behind, meaning us. And they're very interested in enabling us and helping us to find a way forward. But they can only do that if they have our own cooperation. So we also need to be ready to want to chart that path forward, not only for ourselves, but also for the coming generation. And as Erelu said, well, the geographical space called Nigeria, the spirit world has spoken. And right now, as today, the 1st of October, we're celebrating 60 years of independence. It seems we're still very much dependent. Independence means people are free and are able to format their own affairs. But right now, that is not the case, sadly, with Nigeria or with the Yoruba nation that we're trying to build. The conversation will continue because we need to continue to think and rethink and find ways forward so that we can be at peace. That's the most important thing for any human being, is to seek peace. And that's what we're praying for. And we believe that our ancestors have put the ashe upon that peace indeed we will find, and peace indeed we will embrace by the special grace of Olodumare. Once again, we thank you immensely. I want to say a big thank you to our technical team, Heritage Television, for always being there for us. And thank you, Relu, our convener, our amazing guest speakers. We thank you once again. And everybody who's taken the time to join us, both here on the Zoom platform, on Facebook, and also on YouTube. We pray that by the special grace of God, there will be a way forward for us and for our children. May we all continue to arise as agents of positive change. God bless you all. Have a good day. And thank you.
Ashe.
Thank you. Ashe.
Odigba. Thank you very much, Princess. Much appreciated. Ìrẹ̀lẹ̀ ni àti lọ́jọ́ gbogbo.
Ashema.
Ashe.
Daro.
Daro.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
Ashe.